Welcome to another St. Pete by Night revamped production. The following is rated for mature audiences and may contain graphic themes that will be distressing to some viewers. As always, we recommend you ensure the safety and well-being of yourself and those around you at all times. Viewer discretion is advised.
In the heart of night, we rise from shadows, howling at the moon, igniting our battles, cleansing dire of an endless fight, until our final days we will fight. Thanks, man, we stand united as one. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Everywhere we run, the wind is at our back. All the warring forces we will track. From the depths of the ocean to the clouds in the sky, vampires tremble as we learn to fight. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Evil spirits lurking with horror and dread. Little light leads us where the grave dare tread. Glory and honor, wisdom in our hand. Together we rise, take our final stand. Rage across Tampa, in this fight we'll stay. Everywhere with the pack, let the night be our guide. In battles of honor, we shall never hide. Rock will never hide.
Good evening and welcome back to the St. Pete by Night Entertainment Network, where we play St. Petersburg by Night, a massive multiplayer 5th edition World of Darkness Chronicle set in the city of St. Petersburg, Florida. My name is Kent, also known as Misha Kent on all social media, and I am the lead storyteller of St. Pete by Night. And it's Tuesday night, and you know what that means. It's time for Rage Across Tampa, our Werewolf the Apocalypse 5th edition Chronicle set in the city of Tampa Bay, Florida, right across the bay from St. Petersburg, Florida, where a group of Guru have established a sept of the new Guru Nation. And I say new Guru Nation because there are some pretty important differences from the original Guru Nation, which if you've been watching for the past 62 episodes, you have pretty much figured out what a majority of those differences are. But if you're new, strap in, because I'm pretty sure pretty quickly, even through watching this episode alone, you'll start to figure out those differences just by learning about the Guru that make up this particular pack, this particular sept, this particular organization of individuals, especially with this new pack that has come into town that they have brought in as reinforcements and the members that have continued to make up this organization. It's an interesting group of individuals that they've pulled together, but they have dispatched primarily of the threat of the kindred that have made up the city of Tampa. But the threats are not dealt with entirely, because new threats are always on the rise, seemingly growing from the ground itself, quite literally. You can never be sure what lurks in the shadows of the world of darkness. But if you like what you've heard so far, go follow St. Pete by Night on all of that social media you see down below and in the description. And come join us in our amazing Discord community where you could be one of the 200 plus members that make up the incredible community we have. And who knows, you could find yourselves participating in one of the amazing activities that make up the St. Pete by Night community. And you could find yourselves in one of our incredible one-shots or one of our amazing movie nights, or we have even a Jackbox game night happening at this very moment as we speak that you could find yourself a part of. So come on over to the St. Pete by Night community. We would love to have you. But of course, I could not tell this story alone. It would take a pretty incredible group of players to make it happen. And I have had the pleasure and the privilege of telling this story over the past 62 episodes with this amazing group of individuals. So let's introduce them now. Players, say hello and introduce yourselves if you please.
Hi, everybody. I'm Champ Champagne, this yuck, and I will be playing Aspen Wise, Philodux of the Silver Fangs.
Hi everybody, I'm Nori, and I will be playing Malicious Jester, the Galliard of the Black Furies.
Hey everybody, I'm Walks, and I will be playing Lucas Shaw, the Ragabash of the Shadow Lords.
Hey everyone, my name's Preston. I play Jason Dreams and Decay Thorn, Theurge of the Bonar.
Champ, I would ask if we just became best friends, but we've been best friends this entire time, so that doesn't even need to be mentioned. Anyway, players, along this journey, let's get caught up to the present. We know that Jace Dreams and Decay Thorn has been infected due to this growing threat of the plants that seem to have originated from Piney Point. And he has been infected by this pollen, these spores that seem to come from these new plants dubbed the spore bombs that seem to shoot forth from these tulip-like plants that can grow to the size of tires or barrels. For the past couple of weeks, you've been trying to research what can be done about this infection, how it can be purged from the system. You've even gone to Spud, a thin blood, to do some research. You've gone to Ivy, who seems to be a spirit trapped in a human body, a spirit of a former guru of the old sept by the name of Holly, who doesn't remember anything about being a guru from her time before. You've done all this hoping to find answers, to find a cure for Jace, because you have seen the effects of what this infection does to humans and how rapidly it spreads and how devastating the effects can be. Hopefully you can find answers. Hopefully you can find a cure for Jace, because you do not know, you have not seen what it does to Guru and how devastating those effects can be. So far, you've found that you can stall any furthering effects, but you know that when it does take hold, it seems to have some hive mind-like symptoms, and that he is prone to being manipulated or controlled by this hive mind if he is in the vicinity of other such plants or other such affected individuals. So keeping him in the cairn seems to nullify the effects, but it also seems to cut him off from his spiritual gifts or his ability to contact or work with the spirits, which as a theurge is pretty bad, is not necessarily a good state to be in. That also being said, you sent out some carrion spirits a few weeks ago to investigate Piney Point, for them to only return in the form of Banes wielding balefire, which almost led to the untimely demise of both Aspen and Jace when they attempted to reach out to and gain information from these spirits. However, they were able to narrowly escape. Also, Lucas and Jester went to check in with a contact of theirs at the Botanical Garden after finding out that supposedly seeds had been being passed out at the Botanical Gardens. But what they found out, that was, in fact, Louise, Lucas's touchstone, that was infected as well, and that a garden had been growing at the Botanical Gardens of these plants, as well as a variety of other plants. Now, a plan has been hatched after a meeting last week for Louise to be abducted by Charles, Jester, and Lucas to try and take her to Ivy to see if there's anything that can be done, if she can be cured, or if something can be done to help slow her condition at the very least so that she doesn't reach further stages beyond. Needless to say, there's a lot going on and things are ramping up to pretty intense levels. It is getting very, very difficult, and something has to be done, let alone everything that's happening with the other pack as they continue to pursue matters and investigate further and beyond. So, our story tonight begins as Aspen, Jace, and Eliza travel to visit a contact with the information they've gathered so far to see if they can follow up on finding a solution to the problems so far. Aspen, you reached out to Spud for a follow-up correspondence after you'd gathered all of the intelligence from both Spud and Ivy and had a conversation with the pack. And now you want to go meet up with Spud again. This time when you were sent coordinates, they were different from the last time you had met with him. The last couple of meetings had taken place at the same campground, but it seems he's changed locations since. So as you hop in the car with Jason and Eliza, you find yourself heading east out of Tampa, further inland. Instead of north, in the direction of Ocala, you head east. This time you find yourself heading the direction down I-4 towards Orlando. So along the car ride, you're taking about 45 minutes until you end up around Lakeland. As you get off the highway, you find yourself heading towards a campground, an RV campground that seems to be near the spring training facility for the Detroit Tigers. A baseball stadium is nearby in the horizon, but there's a RV park facility that seems to be parked nearby. And this is where you end up pulling in as the GPS takes you to this location. And it again is sparsely populated, as it is the off season for most campers at this point. As the summer starts to set in, most of the snowbirds have moved back home to their northern locations, and now anybody who's staying here is likely a resident at this point and is living here rather full time rather than traversing back and forth. So as you pull into the complex and head towards one of the back corners where you see the same RV parked off to one corner, the canopy pulled up, the same jalapeno lights strung up. You have a few moments with Jace and Eliza before interacting with Spud. The scene is yours.
Okay, well, we're here. As you can tell, bit of an eccentric guy. Pretty decent. If you don't get on weird topics. But I know, Eliza, you wanted to meet him and correspond about potential cures.
Well, if he's as talented as he say he is, then I figure it's best we get on the same page about these things. He has knowledge as I don't, so rather stop beating around the bush and just get to it.
I agree.
You seem apprehensive, Jace.
Seen weird places. This one's kind of odd. When I heard Orlando, not what I anticipated.
Well, we're not quite in Orlando yet. Orlando's probably about another hour away.
Oh, okay. All right.
You're not going to be
anything
seeing the mouse around here just yet.
maybe one day. When I'm, anything in particular that you need from me while we're here?
Just thought it would be in everyone's best interest to meet him.
Okay. Yeah, he sounds fun and interesting, quirky.
He does have some fertilizer, so if there's anything Eliza and you can do to kind of look in that direction, if he has any news, anything new, then you guys are here to help on that front. It's not really my forte, so having the two of you really helps in that way.
And he's, if I understand correctly, a leech, yes?
Yes. He's a strange one. But yes, definitely a leech and into making concoctions and drugs. So
Watch your temper, Jace.
Yep. So this guy wears a lot of hats, huh? I heard he's a magician with the wizard, leech, drug. Okay. A lot of hats. Got it.
right. Just one physically, but metaphorically, yes. Several.
Okay.
Very well, then let's get on with it, I suppose. As everybody climbs out of the car, the cool night air kind of brushes over everyone, but then almost immediately the humidity starts to settle in because it is inland Florida and it is the early days of summer, the late days of spring. You can hear crickets on the air singing their songs. The stars are overhead as you have gotten away from the light pollution of the coast. And it is silent out. There isn't the same noise of the city that makes the soundtrack of being in an urban environment. This is, for all intents and purposes, the middle of nowhere. As you approach the RV, before you can even get to the door to knock, the screen door swings open and you are greeted by the rather lanky figure of Spud. He's got his pointy wizard's cap dangled to one side. He's wearing an apron this time that says, "Kiss the Chef." And he's wearing his tank top, his long, lanky arms, and he's wearing 2 oven mitts on both hands, but his skin is completely pale. He doesn't look like he's even attempting to hide what he is at this point from you. It would be hard to mistake him for a corpse. Welcome back. Oh, friends. Hello. Come in. I've actually cleaned up today.
Good.
And he steps back, holding the screen door open.
I'll lean over to Jason and just be like, hey, just so you're not caught off guard, he has a raccoon. So
I like rodents.
I figured. And she'll walk in.
As you step up go ahead.
As he walks by, reach out. I'm Jason.
Oh, Spud, nice to meet you. He shoves one of the oven mitts under his arm and then holds out his hand. It gives you a shake, and his hand is cold and clammy to the touch as he gives you a handshake. Well, come in. Have a seat. We should have a nice conversation. Yeah, let's get to business, shall we? As you enter into the RV, you can see that there's a couch splayed off to one side, but the majority of the RV itself seems to be dedicated to the laboratory he has erected here. It is, for the most part, a high-end laboratory that has been put together. There are beakers, there are Bunsen burners, there are centrifuges, there is everything needed to put together a pretty full-scale operation here. The newest addition, Aspen, since your last visit, is the kind of full-scale, almost aquarium he has now built with several plants, a full-scale terrarium, I should say, not even aquarium, that he has built with several plants now planted inside of it. And each of them are all sectioned off in separate kind of rooms of their own, separate sections of their own, with several pipes leading into the separate sections, leading to different kind of devices or burners of their own. It seems like he has dedicated his entire project to this terrarium now. And the different plants seem to be in different stages of growth at the moment. As you look at Spud, you can see that his eyes look a little bit wild and strangely like bloodshot, even though he is in a unblushed corpse-like state. He looks like he still hasn't slept for months at this point, which is strange to say for a leech. Eliza, following Jace's lead, also offers out a hand to Spud. Evening, nice to meet you. I'm Eliza Ross. Oh, Spud, nice to meet you. Yeah, come in, sit down, please. As you all enter in and find your way to a seat on the couch, she moves over to a rolling stool and plops down on it. So, what'd you bring me?
Well, we have information, but are you doing okay?
Yeah, yes. Really annoyed, but that is not because of you or anything you've done. Although we have to talk about something, but that is neither here nor there. We'll get to that later. You have given me an interesting challenge. That's all I'm gonna say. And this is frustrating. This is frustrating. These plants are resilient, to say the very least, and I am not used to puzzles of this nature.
What have you gotten stuck on?
I've tried fire. I've tried pesticide. I've tried herbicide. I've tried drugs. I've tried all kinds of drugs. I've tried smoking them out. I've tried acids. They grow back. There's something missing. There's a missing component. I can make them wilt. I can make them start to shrivel up or shrink back. I've even gotten them to go back into a pod. But they will grow back. As long as they are in the earth, they will grow back. As long as they have access to dirt and water, they will grow back.
Turn to Eliza and Jason. You think it's because of the spiders?
It's a possibility. They were working very closely with those plants, like tending to them and trying to like maintain. Can I look on the other side real quick and see if there are any here? I'll burn a will.
Sure. as you start to open up your senses, trying to look beyond the gauntlet, you push outward. And then the whispering starts. And the yellow starts to come into your vision. Roll me a stamina and resolve.
Boy.
Gritting your teeth and kind of trying to push through it, the whispering starts to fade. The yellow pushes towards the edge of your vision, fading out more and more. You get a hazy view. The photo negative doesn't quite take hold. The gauntlet doesn't seem to want to let you through. Something is obscuring it. Maybe it's part of the treatment you took before going out that is making it a little bit more difficult. Obviously, since you were going on a field trip, Eliza wanted to make sure that you would be protected, but you're having a little bit more of a difficult time seeing through. However, I will say you are getting outlines, vague images, not a full clear picture, but you definitely see shapes of movement on the other side. You are not alone in the RV. There are definitely other entities on the other side.
Lean over to Eliza. I can't get a full picture here. The voices are here as well. I can't see everything, but there's something else here.
Not worried so much. With the terrarium, there are plants present. Let me see. She closes her eyes for a moment and takes a deep breath. And then as she opens them, you can see that she's got that glassy-eyed gaze into the middle distance. As she looks around, well, you're correct. There are spiders, and they are working on the plants.
So how do we navigate that? If we can take care of them on this side, because it sounds like, Spud, that you've had success, but they come back. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, what I've done has been temporary. I can get them to hibernate or go into a dormancy, but it is maybe for a daytime at best. I've tried different lights. I've tried UV. I've tried I've tried hyper intensities. I've tried different bulbs. I've tried yellow light. I've tried green light. I've tried blue light. I've tried heat.
But on the physical, you're able to get them to respond to different things, though.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. But with the spores, inevitably, they pop. With whatever I do, before shrinking, they will defend themselves and pop. Even before they go back into a pod, or before they shrink or shrivel or anything, they pop. So they will attack before they revert. So they're going to try and spread before they dissipate. Which is kind of the opposite of what we're looking for, as far as from what I could tell from what you guys were saying. You don't want further spread, you're trying to reduce spread.
Right. Exactly.
There's a component that we're missing. It's something we don't have access to. A material or a... I've tried to break down the scientific components of the seeds, and as far as I can tell from a biological standpoint, I've got most of the elemental stuff covered. However, there is something I can't identify of the components. There's something, a material in here that isn't on any elemental chart. It isn't on the periodic table. I can tell you that much. And it's nothing from, let's just say, my side of the fence. It's not Vitae or leech blood. So it's nothing like that. It's none of the stuff I've used in any of my experiments. And I use some pretty wild stuff. So I don't know where they got it from or what it is, but there is another material involved in whatever they engineered here to make these seeds. And I've tried to break that down to see if it's a combination of something else, but it's not. It's a foreign reagent.
Do you have one of the seeds?
I've got lots of the seeds.
Turn to Aspen, Eliza. You alright if I try something?
I don't know if it's smart on your side. We could have Eliza try something. I don't mean to stunt you at all, Jason, but...
No, you're right.
What did you have in mind?
So sometimes when I touch things, I can see what it's been through prior. I can kind of gleam different things that it's before it got to where it's at. I can see how it got here.
You want to retrace the life cycle?
In a sense, yeah.
I can't guarantee the success of it, and you will be opening yourself up to their influence again. Every time you use your gifts, you're opening yourself up to their influence. So you can try. I encourage you to try. But I will tell you that if you start to show signs of anything, I will knock you out.
Okay. Well, I promise that if something starts happening, I'll turn it off the best I can.
I know you will. But I trust you. And if you give it a shot, worst comes to worst, you're going to take a nap again.
Oh, sleep. My fondest friend. Aspen, if you're okay with it.
He'll be
if
fine.
you feel confident. If you feel confident in it, if you both do, then give it a shot.
I brought preventative measures if he gets problematic.
He's a little noodly anyway, so if worst comes to worst, we could probably take care of it.
Thanks.
Spud rolls on his stool to a far end of the workbench and rips open a Ziploc bag, fishes in it, and then rolls back down and presents one of these little tiny vines with thorns on it. Good luck. Give it a shot.
Thanks, Spud. Pick it up, put it into the palm of his hand, look at it, close his eyes, and start humming.
Okay.
I'll burn another will. And 3.
Okay. Roll me another stamina and resolve as the yellow starts to cloud your vision. The voices start to whisper again in your ears, and you feel the thorns starting to almost dig into your skin.
Ken, hold on. Someone's at my door. I'll be right back.
Oh, no worries. As he focuses on the seed pod, Eliza looks to you, Aspen. I can only think of a few possibilities for foreign reagents, and none of them are good. I can tell you that much. And moreover than that, I don't even know how they would have gained such resources or access to such things. And,
What are your thoughts?
well, there are places in the Umbra that even I don't dare to tread. Places that, well, I wouldn't put it beyond organizations such as Pentex to try and have dealings with. One of those places being the Shadowlands. And there is a material that wraiths are made of. A material that, when spirits are forged, especially particularly naughty spirits, in the minds of the overseers of the Shadowlands, it's unlike anything that us here in the material world would understand. It's a foreign material. If it is some sort of soul-forged material, if they had found a way to either harvest this technology or harvest this material, it is possible that either they have found a way to use it or have found a way to manufacture it into other materials. Either way, it's no good for our purposes.
Kind of comes with the territory for us.
Yes.
But I guess the biggest question is, how do we reverse it, if that is assumed to be the case?
Well, that depends. If they stole it from the Shadowlands, then we would have to commune with the ones that they stole it from, which could be to our benefit if it was stolen, because the ones that they stole it from would want it back, and therefore would make unlikely allies. However, I would sooner risk seeing the end of the world than allying myself with those of the Shadowlands.
Okay, then what's the other option?
The other option is that they are working in alliance with those of the Shadowlands, in which case we are in a very bad position. And if we were to try and make contact with those of the Shadowlands, we would be walking into a trap, most likely. Now, I'm not saying we shouldn't go to them and let them know or see what they know. I'm just saying it is dangerous. For anyone to walk into their territory is risking never leaving. That is not a place you're meant to return from.
Turn back to Spud. So wraiths, that's a thing. And turn back to Eliza. So either way, to deal with this part of it, this unknown race.
That's just an assumption on my part. I can't even say that's the case, but that's a foreign material that I know of. That this
Okay.
world would not have seen or known of, and would not be on any kind of chart or list. Another possibility is that it is something that exists and that it is provided by some sort of special ops, deep cover blacklist organization that means we're talking about possibly government organizations, some deep funded. I can't even begin. Which is also a possibility, as Pentex is a well-connected organization, but that's very unlikely. Again, it would likely come from science, and it would be something that contact here would eventually be able to discover, assuming they have the skills. I have the skills, don't you worry about that. Jace, go ahead and roll that stamina and resolve.
2.
Okay. Roll me the roll for the looking back.
Five.
Okay. As you are following the path of the seed, the yellow clouds your vision. You can feel the whispering voices get louder. You can feel the thorns of the seed in your hand dig into your skin. You can actually even feel your fingers wrap around the seed, clutching it. But you do follow the path of the seed. Your vision causes your eyes to close. With a flash, you're in the dirt of the bag. You feel yourself being transported. You feel yourself now being packaged, dumped into the bag, into the dirt. You don't know how long it's been. You don't know how much time has passed. Then, as if a videotape or a movie being played in reverse, you feel yourself breaking apart, tearing apart into various pieces. Looking around, you're in a laboratory, a clean white room, too bright that it almost hurts your eyes to see. There are materials around you, organic materials, but there's something else, something strange, because you're not in just one place. You're in two places. Because you are merging from one location to another in a very familiar sensation. Roll me a intelligence and occult.
I burn a will.
Yeah. You have a specialty in Banes, right?
Oh, I just have to do. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Roll it.
Six with a crit.
Okay. In a strange sensation, in akin to only a familiarity of what it's like to step into the Umbra. It's like you are stepping out of the Umbra. You are being pulled out of the Umbra and into this organic material. You are being almost like ripped out of the Umbra and into this organic material. But it's almost against your will. It's a strange sensation. It's unlike anything you've ever felt. As you're being combined with something else and put together. But this is happening in reverse, so it's like you're being ripped apart and put back into the Umbra. And that's where the vision ends. As your eyes open, Aspen, roll me a wits and insight or awareness. I'll leave the choice up to you.
Three.
Looking at Jason, something is definitely off. His eyes have started to get a yellow kind of coloring to them, a very light yellow shade to them. You can see blood starting to trickle from his hand, and his hand is clutching the seed very, very firmly.
Can I go towards his hand and try and open it and get the seed out of his hand?
Sure.
Like,
Give me opposing strength and athletics checks.
One.
Phew.
Okay. So yeah, as you grab his hand and wrench his fingers open, you are able to pull the seed from his palm, but you can see that the thorns are dug in pretty deep. And as you wrench them out, Jason, go ahead and give me another stamina and resolve check.
One.
Okay. At this point, let's go ahead and you can feel the yellow kind of completely fill your vision. The voice is starting to really almost become deafening in your ears. That's yours. They can't take it from you.
eyes are open at this point.
Yeah.
Aspen, give it back.
No, you said
Uh,
when you're not yourself, we take care of it. So
I'm not done with it yet.
Can I go into just Glabro for a moment and just take him out of the trailer because I don't want to mess up Spud's stuff?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm gonna fight
So
back on it.
Give me the rage check.
That's the rage.
Okay, so as you start to grow, stepping out of the trailer through the screen door, Spud kind of backs up on his stool. You could feel him reaching for something under the workbench. Jace.
It's mine. I'm not done yet.
I think you are done, and I think you know you are.
Nope. You took something of mine. I don't like when people take my things.
All right. Give me
I would
a-
like
Oh, go
to
ahead.
just get I would like to just get him out of the trailer before any sort of like interaction becomes hostile or anything like that.
Okay. Jace, I assume you're giving chase after Aspen as she retreats from the
Yep.
trailer. Okay.
Uh-huh.
As you give chase outside of the trailer, Eliza following after you. Roll me a dexterity and athletics as you feel Eliza reaching out to touch you.
Any rage increase from this?
I would say 2. You're at rage 2 at this point.
2.
Okay. As you feel the hand touch your body, give me a stamina and composure.
3.
Okay. Go ahead and take 4 points of willpower damage as you feel yourself kind of slag a little bit, as you feel your energy droop, but you are still standing at the moment. Well, you're apparently feeling haughtier than I thought.
I want my seed back.
We're not doing this. Get in the car.
Do I get my seed then?
Get in the car and we'll see.
Fine. Sluggishly, I'll walk to the car.
Turn to Eliza after he gets into the car. Can you take care of the rest of all of that?
As long as he doesn't fight me.
All right, I'll let Spud know that we're heading out.
All right. I'll see what I can do. As she heads to follow Jason to the car, you see Spud standing in the screen door. Do you have any paperwork? Anything that I can use? Anything on your end?
Do I have any copies of the blood work?
Oh, yeah.
ST? Okay, then I'll give him what we have as far as that goes. And if anything that Eliza wrote down about the arm or anything that we have in that regard.
Spud takes the paperwork. He holds up a finger for you to wait a moment as he suddenly starts scanning the paperwork and almost speed reading over the paperwork. He then lowers it, thinks for a moment. Is there a place I can send you something?
Physically send me something?
Yeah, like a package.
Yes. Mhm. And I'll write down the address to the storage unit.
Okay. I might have an idea, but it's an idea at best. Maybe something that can help Growly.
That would be really helpful. Thank you, Spud.
Yeah, no problem. I'll keep working, but yeah, until I find out what that X factor is, all I've got is prevention at the moment. Nothing's helping.
It seems like it might be more woo-woo on our side. So when I get information for you that can be tangible, I'll get it to you and we can work together on figuring this out.
Okay, I'll keep studying and keeping my ear to the ground about anything that I find.
Okay. And you said there was something you wanted to talk to me about?
Yeah, you know what? Don't worry about it. Not a big deal.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's no big deal.
Can I insight?
Yes, go ahead. Wits and insight.
Three.
He is withholding something.
What do you need to tell me, Spud?
You might get some questions.
From who?
Some of your new acquisitions.
Okay. That I can handle.
Nothing big, nothing problematic, but you know.
They have dealings with you as well?
Sure.
I'll take care of it.
It's not a big deal. Just people come around, they ask for stuff, they ask questions, make threats.
Right. I'll take care of it.
All good.
And she'll turn to make sure Jason isn't giving Eliza any problems.
Speaking of which, Jason, in the car, Eliza climbs into the car with you. Jace. I got something for you. She reaches into her bag, pulls out a stick. Chew on this, would you?
Sure. Grab the stick and bite on it.
Give me a stamina and resolve.
Still at 2?
Still at 2.
2.
Okay. You start to hear the voices recede. You start to feel the yellow drain from your vision. And you feel the desire for the seed also start to fade.
How much of an ass did I make myself look like?
Don't worry about it.
Right.
Aspen, as you get back to the car and climb in, looking over it, Jason, you see that while there is still a little bit of a ring of yellow at the edge of his vision, the tension has left his shoulders. And Eliza gives you a reassuring nod.
Glad you're feeling better.
Yeah. Me too. Apologies.
Fine. It's not something you can help. Did you manage to get anything, though?
Yeah, there's a a reason why the potato guy can't figure it out. So, tracing back from the seed, from the dirt all the way back to that lab that I brought up prior, that big white lab with the giant lights. When it's sitting in the lab, there's organic pieces that are sitting there, which would make sense. But that X factor he's talking about, I had a similar feeling from when we are entering or exiting the Umbra. Something from there is being pulled or ripped and put into this material, whatever this seed consists of. It's hard to really explain more than that. It's the overall same feeling when you go through the shadow passage, going into that same kind of thing, but almost ripped out instead of willingly walking through.
All right. But that doesn't explain the material, though. How it would be a material. Like, Bane's spirits they don't take a physical form. They aren't a tangible material. Unlike wraiths, unlike spirits, unlike those kinds of spirits, they aren't a tangible thing. They don't leave a residue. Or I'm not sure I can explain it like that, but they wouldn't be a physical element. So they couldn't be, while they do possess plants, while they can enter and inhabit. I mean, everything has a spirit. I say that all the time, but they would leave a plant if a plant were destroyed. They can't make up the very scientific element of a plant. Unless they've figured out some way to turn spirits into some sort of physical element.
Possibly, if they're ripping things from the other side over and putting it into something else, I wouldn't put it past them to be able to figure this out. Look at all the things they've done. We're talking about flying plants. Like,
The only way I've heard of Bane's crossing over was through wormholes, but that's not what you're describing. It's not a ripping. It's not a... And they can't cross over in the means that we do. And if they were possessing someone and crossing over, it still wouldn't be in that manner. It wouldn't feel that way. And there are ways to bring items across the Umbra. There are gifts and rituals that allow you to transport things from one side to the other, but these are usually items. Unless they've found some sort of, or created some sort of barbaric rite that allows them to tear spirits or banes and turn them into objects or materials. But they're
The
still
right-
not susceptible. Why wouldn't they be susceptible? They should still be damaged just like everything else. Something isn't adding up. We did see, though, that the bushes reacted negatively to silver, to the clave, but it also had silver within it.
is there any of that plant still around?
There's an entire apartment complex full of it, but
Not saying I want to look through each plant and see what exactly goes into it, but following its life cycle might gleam more to what's going on. Now, maybe it shouldn't be me doing it. But looking into each one of these, the possibilities of it being a different type of spirit or a bane going into each one of these plants, being ripped into it. And if you said it was a rite in order to do this, a rite being one thing, someone to perform this rite to its completion, that's something to be worried about in itself.
well, then we're talking about them potentially having either a very powerful magister or wielder of magic or guru. And if they have guru, then we're talking about dancers. And that is something I really hope we're not dealing with.
Have
Because
there
that
been
is all
dancers?
manner of ick.
There been dancers here in the past at all, Eliza?
Yes. The last can fell because of dances.
Okay.
But that was dealt with.
And cleaned up, nothing left behind.
Well, I can't speak to that, but there were no survivors.
I mean, they did have the connection to Piney Point, right?
They did.
So if this is finishing what they started situation, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them, but also I don't know enough about what they're even doing now to figure out if it's the same cycle. You said the thing about the wraiths though, that or Shadowlands. What was it,
If
Eliza?
they are soul forging banes, if they have learned how to soul forge banes or spirits, that is a potential, but then they are working in concert with a renegade wraith, or they stole the technology. And that is also problematic. Now, that's a problem that can be overcome, assuming that all of the Shadowlands aren't working in concert with them. Because if we are potentially about to go to war with the entire land of the dead, we will lose. But assuming that it was stolen, which is more likely the case, as that is not a particular knowledge given freely, a knowledge they wouldn't let living beings have. Then they'll want it back, or they'll want the ones who know it destroyed. In which case, we may have some unlikely allies. Either way, a conversation with them will be needed, and one I would not look forward to.
Those
Okay.
spirits. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Jason.
I was gonna say spirits are tricky in their own right. Dealing with something like that, you
Ghosts
bring
are
a
much
lawyer.
worse.
Yeah, but we have a lawyer, so just pick at every word and make sure that nothing weird happens.
Absolutely. But do you think that there's, because I know it's all connected, is there a way we could fix Jason before we even have a conversation like that?
If it is a bane, for all intents and purposes, physically in his body. I believe it's possible. However, it will be very physically taxing. And I think it could push him to his very limits. I'm saying that we are risking not destruction, but putting him in a coma. One that it will take some time for him to recover from. We will have to effectively bleed him dry and wait for his body to regenerate. Essentially restore all of his tissue and blood back.
But
Purge him
did
of any
say-
toxins.
Spud did say that he might have a way to help. So maybe we wait to hear from him and make it potentially not so serious. I guess that's up to you, Jason. But
I prefer to keep my blood if that is a possibility.
Oh, I would too. But if it is if a bane has taken a physical form in your body, that is a surefire way to rid yourself of it, is to purge yourself of any and all physical possible ailments. One thing
Done.
that we have over the humans is that we can pretty much restore ourselves from anything other than complete and utter destruction.
Right. I'm not saying I'm against it. And it makes sense as far as if there's a bane on the blood, it'd take forever to try and get all that taken out. Being bled out makes sense. We can look at other options first, but if it ends up getting really bad, put me out and do what you gotta do.
We'll save that for a worst case scenario. We'll see what other options avail themselves to us before then, but we'll know that that's a possibility. I will hold off on that for now. But we have more information. We know that there is a component, likely comprised of banes to some degree. Now, how they make that is what the question is, whether it is using wraiths or something else. Now that's what we need to find out. There are many unusual things in this world. Narrowing down which of those unusual things they have used to make this happen is what's going to help us undo it. But we should be getting back so that we can make sure that our dear Jace is restored, or at least resting.
probably, yeah.
As you're driving home, back to the cairn, Aspen, what's going through your mind?
Well, a similar thought that has been plagued in her mind from Tampa, just in general. It's always something else. It's always something bigger. It's always something. You get an inch, and then there's an extra mile that you have to go, and that's always frustrating. I think when it comes to Jason, she feels, I don't want to say responsible in any way, but it's unfortunate because he was supposed to come here, and Aspen has done her best to make him feel welcome, even with everything that she's been going through, to really make him feel like he had a space. So him struggling with everything is not great for him, and that's rough to watch. And just trying to keep everybody safe while also figuring everything else out is beyond frustrating.
And Jace, what's going through your mind?
The constant thing that sits in the back comes to the forefront of him. He has different skills to help out, but at what cost? He being taken over by something he has no real control over. The burden that he feels he's putting on to the pack becomes heavier, especially with this one actually taking more control over his emotions. There's parts of it that are trying to figure out how Banes are making their way over, but him losing some form of control is taking more of a toll this time than it has already.
Feeling out of control, threats ever mounting. It's a lot of stress to put on an individual, let alone a group of individuals who are trying to find a solution, especially individuals in charge with responsibilities. Speaking of individuals in charge with a lot of responsibility, we move on to our next scene. Jester. It's late in the evening. You awaken in bed in your apartment that you share with Charles. As you awaken, you find yourself in bed alone. Reaching over to where Charles is usually found asleep, you find the bed empty. And as you sit up in the dark room, you look over towards the window where you find Charles stood staring out the window to the night beyond, looking down at the city streets where the occasional traffic can be heard, a car driving by, maybe a dog barking from a nearby house. His gaze is cast beyond into the middle distance, deep in thought, to the point that he doesn't even seem to notice you stir, which is unusual for him, as he almost is on high alert at all times, aware of everything going on. That if a pin were to drop 6 blocks from here, he would notice it. But as you shift in bed, he doesn't even look in your direction.
I'll rub my face and grab the blanket and wrap it around me as I walk towards him near the window, still partially asleep or waking up. Trouble sleeping?
At this point, he blinks for a moment and looks over, then gives a soft smile as he wraps an arm around your shoulders. Just thinking. I don't sleep much these nights.
I noticed.
If anyone would notice, it's you.
You have a lot to do. You want to talk about it?
I'm supposed to listen to your problems. But you've had to listen to everyone else's lately.
This is a two-way thing, not one way. And didn't you listen to enough of my problems for months and months?
It would never be enough. I could listen to you forever.
I'm pretty sure anybody would get sick of me moping and whining.
I don't know if I can protect them from themselves. I'm not sure I'm getting through to them. How can I be expected to lead if I can't get through to them? If I can't get through to this group?
I wouldn't say that. Maybe they're a little slow at it, but Deadbeat's not popping off at the mouth nearly as much as he did when he first came. I think I actually saw him admit to saying mean things to Juniper. It wasn't, he didn't exactly say he was sorry, but it kind of felt like it, so there's progress.
But is it happening fast enough? We don't have time for slow growth. You know how dangerous it is.
Yeah. But is that on you?
It's supposed to be. Even though I don't want it to be, it's supposed to be.
Doesn't have to be on you alone. You know, if you need help, you could ask. Remember you saying something, a pack is supposed to support each other and not, one shouldn't bear all the burdens alone. At some point, I think I remember those words.
You know better than I do that I'm better at giving advice than taking my own advice.
You should start.
I've been thinking about Aiden a lot lately.
I think we all have.
I told you that I knew about what he was supposedly destined to do, that he had a choice, and that he had already made his choice. I didn't believe in any of that, and now I don't know how to feel about destiny, and I don't know how to feel about any of that, because if destiny is real, if what the spirits say are true, if it could do something to someone as genuine and strong and innocent as him. What could it do to someone who doesn't want it? Someone who's unwilling to accept it?
There's lots of stories about destiny through history. People accepting it, people not accepting it, it coming about even though they don't accept it. Sometimes they actually manage to defy it. I've actually been kind of struggling with the whole thing since you told me. The other tree Eliza had me touch, that I saw the story of one of the older spirits of the cairn. She was a seer, I guess. She was a theurge, definitely. And she knew that in the coming fight against this really, really like evil spirit or something, like bigger than I think any of us have ever seen. She knew her entire tribe was going to have to sacrifice themselves. She knew her son would be like the last of them, or one of the last of them. But it would seal away that evil. When I talked to Eliza about it, she said, well, like, there was still a choice. It's just that the consequences of not doing it were worse than the consequences of it happening. And I think Aiden felt the same way. The consequences of losing Aspen versus him were worse than sacrificing himself. Didn't exactly completely sit well, honestly. Because, like, couldn't have been other ways, other variables, other things that could happen. Could she have not been there? But what would have happened if she'd not been there? Would one of us died instead?
Could have been you.
Could have. At one point, part of me wished it was.
I'm glad that it wasn't.
Glad to. But I've been watching videos on this philosophy called determinism, which basically is that the universe is, it's the belief that the universe is all cause and effect. Everything that happens is an effect of something that has originally happened. It's just that we don't know every little detail of what has happened. But if you could, you might be able to predict the future. But it really does argue against the ability of free will and choice and randomness, and it's kind of a bit mind-boggling, honestly.
I understand. At least in concept. All my life, I've been told I was destined for great things, and then when I was chosen to become a Silver Fang, as if it was even going to be a choice, it was a birthright. I was told what that destiny was. To be king. I don't want to be king, Jester. Not because I don't think I could do it. But because I would do it. Because if I had the silver crown, with all the best intentions, I'm afraid I would use it. Do you know about the silver crown?
I think I've heard the story.
A gift from Falcon. A gift to the leader of the Guru that would call all Guru to heel, whether they liked it or not. The reason my grandfather could wear it is because he had the ability to wear it without using it. But look where it got him. An old man with a shattered nation, infighting, politics, a war we're losing. I'm afraid that if I had that chance, again, with all the best intentions in my heart, even with this vision for a new nation, to avoid the strife and the struggle, to avoid civil war, to turn the tide of battle, to save Gaia, I couldn't resist the temptation of the crown. I have run from that my entire life. I don't want it. There has to be another way. But if destiny for Aiden was real, if determinism is real, then I have no choice. Whether I like it or not, I will one day be faced with becoming king and taking the silver crown.
Aiden still had a choice, like I said. It's just what are the consequences of not choosing or making the other decision. And determinism isn't proven. It's still a philosophy. Like I said, it's still fights free will, or like there's still argument for free will and randomness. And honestly, like from what I've been reading, like it's based on patterns. And patterns are a lot like the weaver. Like that doesn't leave any room for the wild or the worm. Like it's a philosophy mostly thought up by people who don't even have an idea of what the Umbra is, from what I understand, unless they were Garu and we didn't know it, or something else. So just because I've been reading it to try to understand doesn't make it true. Maybe there are patterns that can be read and that's what the spirits are doing, but I don't think the spirit that told Aiden his decision fully knew what that entire pattern was. Maybe 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 the thing saying your destiny was not fully understanding the pattern and was trying to manipulate things for their own benefit. Spirits do that all the time. You say that. Eliza says that. Jace says that.
But it's the patron of my tribe.
Maybe he knows you better than yourself and knows you can resist it.
You have a great deal of faith in me.
Of course I do.
Well, someone has to. These kids sure as hell don't.
They're still here. They have a little bit.
In spite of themselves. I should buy them helmets for how much they like to run into walls.
Well. Teenagers be kind of shitty sometimes.
I never thought I would say that I missed him. But I miss him.
I do too.
I'm glad that we're going to have that right to commemorate him.
Yeah. Glad Aspen finally came around. I touched his tree. I saw him.
How was that?
He looked happy or at peace. Also really distracted, but I think that's because he's going through the process of like becoming a spirit fully. So, you know, he's mentally busy. If there's a mental thing, spiritually busy, I suppose.
Can't say that I'm in a hurry to feel that process.
Me neither.
What say we enjoy what we have now and leave that for the future us to worry about?
I like that idea.
He leans in and gives you a kiss. Thank you. You are a very good listener.
I'll wrap the blanket, or I'll open the blanket so I wrap it around both of us. So are you.
I've had a pretty good teacher so far. As the two of you return to the bed to remember what it is to be alive, what's going through your mind before you can't have anything else go through your mind?
Trying to wrap my head around things he told me about his destiny and the crown. I have faith that if it even came to him having to take the crown, that he wouldn't use it. Because if he did, I think I'd rather die.
The constant struggle of a relationship between a Black Fury and a Silver Fang. One was meant to lead, one was meant to rebel. A contradiction. But love is a powerful thing. But is it powerful enough to overcome destiny? We transition now to our final scene of the first act. Lucas, you have been through quite a lot over the past several weeks. But there's a lot more left to do. Perhaps as a means to distract yourself from what's to come. You're starting to put pieces into play, starting to organize yourself for what lies ahead, trying to scan your surroundings and see what's available to you. And it dawns upon you, there's another Guru still in the area. Now, she doesn't come by the cairn. She doesn't visit the sept. But you know that she is a very useful ally. And after all of this talk of kin-seeking lately, you can't help but think back to the sept of Jupiter. You can't help but think back to Chicago. And all those memories of Chicago remind you of Anna Eyes of the Sea Pelfrey. And now that she's a staple of Tampa, now that she's established the law firm of Pelfrey and Weiss, attorneys at law, partner to Aspen Weiss, your sept leader, with all this talk of kin-seeking, you can't help but want to pay her a visit. So, early in the day, you head out to the law firm. Business hours, of course. You're not going to show up while the law firm is closed. That would be rude. And being there before she arrives, breaking in, isn't a really good way to make an introduction or to have a visit. So as you arrive at the law firm, you see it's a very modest building with lettering out front over the doorway, a simple 2-story cement building. And when you go inside, there is a small waiting room and a reception desk. A receptionist busily typing away at a computer who looks up and smiles upon your entry. She gives you a quick once over, looking at your motorcycle attire, but then kind of gives a double take and then smiles and says, "Good morning. How can I help you?"
Lucas will set down like a fern that he was carrying in on like a nearby table. And is Miss Pelfrey in?
Oh, just a moment. Let me see. She picks up a phone and dials in a number. Miss Pelfrey, there's a gentleman here to see you. What's your name, sir?
Lucas.
It's Mr. Lucas. Oh, yes, I'll send him right up. She's ready to see you. Take the elevator up to the second floor, end of the hallway.
Thank you much. Those retainer fees, man, they get you right in. And he'll head for the elevator.
As you head past the reception desk, there's a bank of elevators, and you take the elevator up to the second floor, and surely enough, you head down the hallway past a couple of conference rooms, and at the corner office, there's Anna Pelfrey, sitting behind a desk in a rather nice office, nothing too showy or flashy. You can see that the two corner offices are one for Aspen and one for Anna. There's a small pool of desks that are flanked by the conference rooms for other associates. Most of them are empty. Nobody has actually started working there that are any of the other associate lawyers yet. It's primarily Aspen and Anna, but you can tell that they have created room for growth, that they're expecting to expand over time. They have ambitious goals. But as Anna looks up, her brown and shocks of silver hair tied up the back of her head, dressed in a nice blazer, sitting behind the desk, her spectacles at the edge of her nose, she looks up. "Mr. Shaw, good morning. This is an unexpected surprise."
Well, good morning to you, counselor. He'll come into her office and shut the door behind him. It's been a while.
Well, I have been back and forth from Chicago, but it is good to see you again. Is that for me? She gestures to the fern.
Yep, he'll set it down on her desk.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Homegrown, so you know where it's from.
I appreciate that.
Go sit down and kind of settle in. How's the city? How's Chicago?
As it always is. Uncontrollably plagued by bloodthirsty fiends in the dark, and riddled with politics that I can't help but grow nauseous at the sight of. But stable, for the most part.
At least stable. At least Jackson's keeping out of the way. That's good.
That's a matter of opinion always, but the fact that he has a mere existence means that he's in the way, in my opinion, but we do what we can to keep the peace.
Well, I mean, last time we talked, you were concerned that after we did what we did, that we were going to get some blowback from Chicago, so it seems like they don't want a piece of this, I guess.
Not at the moment. It does not seem that they are very concerned with what is happening with Prince Bateman. But that remains to be seen. He is apparently gone into hiding or undercover, rallying the troops, from what I hear, attempting to reassert stability, and Horatio Ballard hasn't earned himself any favor in Chicago, so Jackson is not looking to support him in any way. If there is any blowback, we're not gaining any wind of it.
All right, well, I trust you will keep us informed.
Always.
Couldn't help but notice that you don't really come around to the cairn.
As I said, I'm not one for politics, and I'm more here in a advisory capacity. I'm here to help when I'm needed and to stay out of the way and leave the business to the young and ambitious. I feel I would just cause more trouble than assistance. Besides, I think Aspen is doing an admirable job, and all of you seem to have things well in hand. If you need me, I'm here.
I agree. Aspen is a lot of things, and to me, I think she's probably one of the best people that I've ever worked under. So I do my duty and I piss her off pretty regularly, but I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. If she's not used to dealing with people like me, then how is she going to deal with a whole bunch of people like me? So, besides, somebody gave me some marching orders to keep her occupied while they were gone. So,
Well, that's good.
I mean, most of us there at the cairn are doubling up on duties. It's really sparse. So, I mean, I understand that you want to stay disconnected, but it's exhausting at the moment.
Are you sure you would want me to be coming around often, Lucas? I know we've found ways to mend old wounds, but I don't want to cause you any strife. This is your home, not mine.
Well, I mean, it looks like you've moved in pretty well, so does it feel temporary?
I'm, what do they say, a snowbird. I come and go. Chicago will always be my home.
Starting to sound like one of those striders.
I see the appeal in it, but I'm here at Aspen's request and to give her some support. She is trying to build something to rival Ballard, Anderson, and Bateman, and I have the means and name to give her some support. And after things are up and moving, and I can leave it in her capable hands, I will likely return home.
But do you think once things stabilize that they'll stay in her capable hands?
If not, I can always return.
I'm less concerned with outside influences and more other guru.
Are you worried they won't stay in her capable hands?
And I'm a Shadow Lord. I'm always worried about that.
Such is the way of politics and why I've avoided them for so long. I've seen enough of the bickering and backstabbing. I prefer the quiet and the ritual of it all. The matters of my clan, my tribe, my pack. But I understand the concern, and if there is any way I can assist, you have all been wonderful hosts. And of course, I support what you're doing here. So, if she needs me, if you need me, all you have to do is ask. I'm ready to serve. To a certain point.
She been keeping you up to speed on what's been going on?
To a certain degree, yes. I try not to trouble her. I try to let this be her anchor to normalcy. Allow her to focus on having a life outside of the politics of it all, although her laser focus for a while there towards Edward Bateman made that a little bit more difficult, but she seems to have softened on that as of late. She seems to be more business focused once again.
Yeah, she's starting to get back to being the Aspen that kept me here. Less of the one that was starting to drive me away. So
It's good.
it is.
It would
It's
have been a
very good.
tragedy for them to lose you. You have a lot to offer.
I'm sure people have opinions on that. But I thank you. I appreciate the kind words.
Everyone has opinions, but at the end of the day, the truth is we are all Guru and we were picked for a reason. Gaia sees something in you. She gave you that gift. A gift that she could take away whenever she wanted. A gift that Thunder could take away whenever they wanted. And they haven't. Why is that? That's some wisdom I wish we'd had all those years ago. But we were set in our ways. We were stubborn. We were, well, naive.
Speaking of that, back then, and Aspen and set in the ways, she has directed me to resume my kin-seeking duties.
I'd recommend leaving the clave at home.
She's got jokes. She's got jokes. It's cute. Yeah, I didn't have the clave then, thank you. But fair statement. Jesus, fair statement.
Your instincts. You have to trust your instincts. And if Aspen believes you are ready, if she trusts in your instincts, you have to follow them. If she puts her trust in you, you should do as she bids. And you should trust yourself. Again, an error on our part. Now, you should also follow orders, of course. But it was your calling. Again, Gaia had a path for you. We all stumble on the paths laid out before us. It's part of the hero's journey, the oldest story of all. You stumble, you get up, you dust yourself off, and you keep going, keep climbing. If it is indeed your calling, it's time for you to find redemption, to return to that calling, to make up for whatever past wrongs were committed, if they were wrongs at all. Now, if you do cross paths with any other kinseekers, your story is known. And I can't help that, and I'm sorry. I will do my due diligence as a Galliard to tell new stories when they come to fruition, and hopefully do the best I can to right those wrongs. But it's up to you to change their minds. And this is a good start.
Yeah, we have one of those brought a pack down from Michigan, so she's hesitant to let me near her cubs with all the stories. But we had to talk about it, and now she wants me to talk to one in particular, so we'll see how that plays out.
Start with one. Tread lightly. There's no rush. You have time. While it may seem like the whole world is falling around you, it's been falling around us for the past 30 years. If it was really falling apart, it would have done so by now.
Yeah. Growing up in that cairn was special. To me, at least. And to see other people get to experience that would be nice. Yeah.
It was a truly unique experience. And it is a important place to the nation. A place of stability, a place of pride. But it wasn't without its faults. It made its fair share of mistakes. It continues to make its fair share of mistakes. If it was perfect, I would have had no reason to walk away. Nothing is perfect, not even this place. We do the best we can. We give everything we have. History will always judge us. But at the end of the day, with every bit of good we do, all of it will have been worth it.
That's all we could hope for.
It is. You've changed, Lucas, since the brash young guru you were. This place has done good for you.
Maybe this place isn't a good place, but it has indeed changed me. That's very true. And as much as I want to do this kin-seeking thing, we still have lost people here, but I guess that's just sometimes how the fight works.
That's inevitable. War will always have casualties. And make no mistake, we are at war. Always.
Aspen likes to say we're not soldiers, but that's a weird gray area that we have to exist in if we're not soldiers.
Soldiers aren't the only ones who fight wars. Or I should say, they're not the only ones who participate in wars. If they were, innocents wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. There wouldn't be such things as collateral damage. There would never have been conscriptions or a draft.
Yeah.
Soldier is a title that is chosen. You choose to be a soldier. Yes, someone can try and assign it to you. but you have to believe it for it to be true. All titles are, at the end of the day, illusions. We are whatever we choose to be.
Spoken like a galliard. But hey, speaking of titles, like I said, if you get, I don't know, antsy, there's plenty of us that would probably pass something off to you. Although you might have to fight Jester for the one she's holding. She's pretty good at the one she does, and yeah, we're
I
pretty happy
have
with her there.
no desire to take anything away from her. She is young. She is energetic and ambitious. She is everything your sept needs. I was that once, a long time ago. I have held that title before. I am happy to see someone else hold it instead.
Good. Because I'm the master of challenges, and that would be super, super awkward, and I don't want to have to deal with that.
You have nothing to worry about. But please
Okay, good.
tell Aspen if she has need of me. I am willing to serve.
Good. On a side thing, this, and he points to his vest. There might be sometime in the future a need for my organization that I'm joining to have legal counsel. If we were to put you guys on retainer, would that be something you would be willing to accept? I have to be brutally upfront and honest. It would probably be cash only payments.
I'll let Aspen handle those transactions and that side of the business. I prefer to stay on the more upstanding end, but I'm sure we can arrange something.
Use the
I
U
was a
word.
district attorney at one point.
Oh, I figured you'd know all the best ways to do that.
Oh,
Fine,
I'm more
all
than
right.
willing to advise, but I would
Okay.
rather not be seen in court.
I would avoid the court thing. That'd be a good idea. Okay, well, fine. I'll broach the topic with her. All right. It's good to know that if we need you, you're there.
I am there. We are all on the same side, politics aside.
Let's hope it stays that way. Not that I have any doubt, but let's just hope it stays that way.
For me, it will. Again, that's why I walked away.
All right. Before I leave, I'm going to go steal all of Aspen's black pens and replace them with red pens. So
Very well.
I am who I am.
I will have seen nothing.
Perfect.
As you walk out of the office to go cause some mischief for Aspen, what's going through your mind after your conversation with Anna Pelfrey?
Lucas is happy that she hasn't heard anything about Chicago. So he was concerned about that, especially after Marius and Bloody Mary. If she can accept that he's getting back into this again, kin-seeking, then it makes it a little easier for him to accept it. Her having been almost a direct hand in his banishment and banning from kin-seeking. So if he can convince her, then he thinks he could probably do this thing.
With a little bit of weight off your shoulders and the path seeming a little bit more clear, even with all of the trials and tribulations that lay ahead of you. It's nice to know that what is past can lay and remain in the past. With that, we will be taking a break for a few minutes. Stay tuned, because the second half is chock full of surprises that you will not want to miss. So stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes. See you shortly. Welcome back. In the first half, Jace, Aspen, and Eliza went to visit Spud to see if they could find any kind of solution to Jace's condition. Unfortunately, Jace fell a little bit further into his condition as it seized and took hold of him a little bit more when he tried to get a vision as to the past of one of the seeds that Spud had possession of. Then we saw Jester and Charles have a conversation late at night about the idea of destiny. And then Lucas went to have a talk with Anna Pelfrey about the idea of him returning to kin-seeking. Now, in the second half, let the surprises commence. Jace, after your last visit with Moses, you've had a candle that you were gifted by Moses, a candle that you were told would light your way. Now, with everything that's been going on, it's kind of fallen to the back of your memory. You've kind of not thought much about it. But after a while, memory of it resurfaced. And after a recent visit to the bar, when you were going to pick up some clothes after the whole encounter with the carrion spirits turned Banes, you saw it sitting on the nightstand and decided to pick it up and take it with you back to the cairn. Now, a couple days after that encounter at Spud's RV, it's late at night and you're sitting in the cairn alone. Eliza's gone to sleep. Lucas has gone to sleep. But you can't sleep because the treatments that you've been receiving have been less and less effective. They've required more and more. And even then, it's still not as useful. So it's been starting to disrupt your sleep. It's been starting to be, well, problematic. In fact, the amount of pharmaceuticals, and I use that with air quotes, it's taking is almost, well, nauseating. So as you're sitting awake, you can't help but look to the candle. In a little glass mason jar, it sits with the Tampa Ministries sticker on it. And you think back to Moses, that strange old wanderer, the man who's always had cryptic and unusual things to say, never harmful, but always strange and unusual. What a kooky old man, but always fun to talk to, pleasant. One of the first people you met when you arrived in Tampa. Always a good conversation. Always a calming presence. Calming. You think back to that interaction when you received the candle. Something to light your way. On this late night, as you sit in the dimly lit RV in the cairn, which has felt more and more like a prison. All you want is to go home. All you want is to return to an urban environment. Bone gnars aren't meant to be in the woods all the time. They're meant for an urban sprawl, city streets, the smell of trash surrounding them. What are you thinking?
While sitting there, I'll get up, start pacing back and forth in front of the candle. Little back and forth. Just keep saying, light the way. Light the way. Light is a thing that I'm not overly comfortable with. but maybe it can be beneficial. I don't know. Candles light shit, so that makes sense. But why, Moses being who he is, why did he give me a candle saying light the way? There's oddities that sit with this guy. He'll have a Zippo and kind of be flicking it back and forth. Maybe he'll do something. I don't know. If anything, maybe it'll smell good. He'll flick it and attempt to light the candle.
As the flame draws near the wick, it's almost as if the flame itself leaps towards the wick of the candle, as if it's drawn towards the wick. And when it touches, the tip of the wick sparks and then catches. And with a couple of sparks and crackles, the wick ignites and starts to burn. And as it burns, plumes of smoke start to burn out, start to fill the room. White smoke. You find yourself coughing as it just fills the room, filling the entire room in a matter of seconds. You find yourself coughing on the smoke, it filling your eyes, burning, stinging, causing tears to fill your eyes, causing you to close them shut. And before you know it, you find yourself dropping to the floor. Everything going black. When you open them again, everything has changed. You find yourself on a grassy forest floor. There are trees surrounding you. Tall, full, rich trees, unlike any of the trees you've ever seen in Florida, unlike any of the trees you've ever seen anywhere. There's something unusual, something almost alien about these trees, something fantastical. The ground is covered in moss. The dirt is rich and deep. You're on a path amongst the trees. The ground, it almost feels like it's urging you upward to find your feet. There's a breeze blowing through the air, and it's almost like you can hear the sound of chimes singing through the air.
He'll grab onto the dirt, feeling it, seeing. Is this the same sensation with his dreams, or does this feel different than the dreams?
Completely different.
Okay. So feeling that the dirt, feeling like dirt, he'll push himself up, do a quick look around, notice the path, the chimes going off, dust himself off a little bit, and not being one for the woods, he sees a path. He's going to follow the path.
As you walk along the path, You see up ahead that the path meets a fork in the road. And at the fork in the road, there's a person. But it's hard to call them a person because their features are unlike anything you've ever seen before. They have extremely angular features, long pointy ears, a long, almost pointed nose, very kind of angular eyes. They have an orange robe that covers one shoulder and goes down with a rope belt around their waist and sandals on their feet. And they're holding the reins to what looks to be a large horse next to them. And as they see you, they raise a hand. Sarah!
Hello.
My master bids you welcome.
Bids me welcome to where?
Ah. We do not get many bete. Come.
Quick look to see, contemplating turning around. And then we'll see that it's not worth it and then walk towards the robed, angular man.
You are on the silver path.
Trying.
If you wish to walk the path, you cannot do so in the attire you are currently wearing. For if they see you as this, they will know you do not belong.
Okay. Do you happen to have an extra pair of these lovely drapes you're wearing?
If you wish it, so it shall be.
Sure.
Do you wish to look as I? Or one perhaps less so?
Give me the full experience.
Close your eyes. Imagine a cloak, or robes, and a hood. Imagine yourself as in the stories you would have heard as a child.
Okay.
Imagine yourself as you would have only seen in dreams. The dreams of
Okay.
innocence, of youth. Open your eyes, Sarah. What do you see?
Robes?
Yeah, what did you imagine?
They were robes initially, but as soon as dreams were brought up, they were a nice pair of like white robes, almost ones from like Greek mythology, nice robes. But as soon as dreams were mentioned, they went black and were tattered and broken apart.
And so it is. Black, tattered robes adorn your frame. Your vision, it changed. Why so? What once was pure has grown less so.
My dreams are ones of warning and of decay. So to bring even from youth and innocence, never really saw the whole lot of beauty back then.
Oh,
So-
but this is not there, Sarah. Here it can be whatever you want it to be.
I've grown comfortable in the decay.
If that is what you wish, so it shall be. But a word of caution, Sarah. All that you imagine can be so here. So imagine carefully.
I'll take your warning.
Very good. I sensed your hesitation to follow this path. The path behind you, it is ill, is it not?
And gets worse.
My master felt this. We find ourselves at a crossroads, two different directions. We can take two paths, two different destinations, two different answers you seek, Bate.
Down the right. Do you know what I'd find down there?
Yes. But I also know what you'd find down the left. And I know one of them you will not find anywhere else but here. For one of them has been lost to you and your kind for quite some time. For it too has been dreaming. It too has slumbered.
Okay. Do I get any sense on either side of the path? Do I feel a draw to either side of them?
Not specifically, no. Either one. Roll me a wits and awareness, however.
Rage go back down to 1?
Mm-hmm.
Five.
Okay. As you're standing in the center of the path, you hear, coming from the left down the path, the sound of clopping hooves. As you look, you see another horse with a rider coming down the path. However, this rider is in full plate mail armor with a plume coming out of the top of their helmet. They seem to be carrying a spear with a banner off the spear. As they are, the one that you're speaking to steps to the side, pulling their horse off the trail. You should step to the side of the road, Sarah.
Step to the side. What is the sigil on the banner?
This one seems to be a rampant unicorn.
Seeing someone of plate mail coming from the other direction. I feel like my path might be leading the other way.
The choice is yours, Sarah. But they are in both directions, for they are the guardians of this realm. They patrol around the city.
You said your master. What's their name?
It is a name you would not recognize, I assure you.
Of course not. Well,
We are the travelers.
traveler, thank you for the information you provided and helping me with the somewhat fitting in.
Oh, I am here to see you safely to your destination, for if you were to stray from the path even a little, if you were to enter the fog, if you were to lose your way, it would be a terrible thing.
I do enjoy company. Shall we?
Yes.
I'll head down the right path.
Okay. So are you going towards the thing that can only be found here or the other thing?
The thing that can only be found here.
Okay. As you travel, it is like something out of a fairy tale, out of a book. The things you see, the things you bear witness to are strange and unusual. Watching the world pass you by, you travel for what feels like hours. And in those hours, you pass through jungle, and then through desert, and then along rivers, and by an ocean. And in doing so, you see these majestic and fantastical creatures off the side of the road. As you pass by the ocean, deep out in the ocean, you see what looks to be a sea serpent surface along the water before diving down below. Overhead at one point, near a valley, you see a Pegasus fly by. And it's all just as real as the path you're walking on. And it's all just as startling and unusual. The man you walk with seems nonplussed for the most part, happily pointing things out and answering any questions you have as you go. As you pass a particular clearing, off in the distance, you see very, very far off what looks to be tall stone walls surrounding what looks to be maybe a city or perhaps a keep far, far off on the crest of a hill.
He'll point towards those large stone walls. What place? What's that?
That is the home of the she.
The she.
Yes. The High Court.
Is that where this path leads?
No. Well, it does, but that is not the direction we are taking.
Okay. Maybe another time.
No.
Or never. That's fine too.
For your safety, it would be best we did not. You are an outsider here, you see, and while my master bid me lead you, it is not a place for which you belong. You are a visitor.
I respect your customs. I understand.
There are those that would take offense to your presence.
Yeah, I get that sometimes.
I do not. I am glad to see you, and I am happy to meet you. I have not met Bate before.
Jason works too.
Jason.
Sure, man. Yeah. And what can I call you?
I am Ravi.
Ravi. It's Jason, but Jocelyn, if it's easier for you to say. That works just as-
Jason. Jason.
Perfect. Yep, you got it. All right, Ravi. Is that your master? The one at the out there? She the one that told you that it was okay to be here?
Oh. No, you misunderstand. The she. The she is many.
Oh. Okay. Kind of like the Legion thing. We are many. Got it. Okay.
Yes. No, my master is one,
Okay.
and they are not she. They are greater than she.
the she answers to your master?
Some. My family of she answer to the master, yes. But there are many families of she.
I'll have you write it down for me later. He'll keep
Your
walking.
Bate have many families, yes?
Yeah, we have a lot of families.
They answer to...
Yeah, we answer to a lot of different people. It really depends on the circumstance that is going on. Dictates on who we answer to.
Well, our master is our father.
Okay. And one father?
Yes.
Okay. I don't mean to look confused. I don't mean to insult you, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around all of this.
You are new here. It is quite all right.
Okay.
I am happy to explain. I am a guide not just of the path, but of the mind.
My mind's a bit wonky lately.
I could tell based off your attire, yes.
Yeah, lately been having more than one thing really kind of popping in there.
I can tell. Your body was sick.
But still sick. I got a something inside me that's trying to slowly take over.
Illnesses are a terrible thing.
Yeah. Luckily, with what I am, I'm able to fight it off, but I don't know for how much longer.
Well, I wish you luck in this fight of yours, but hopefully solutions will be found.
Yeah, my family is working on it.
Very good. As you continue the journey, you cross over large bridges, some made of stone, some made of wood. Cross over a small stream, wading your way across it. Crossing through the stream, you can feel the cool water splashing against your feet. Everything feels so real, so organic. Even though your clothes changed on you, which is an unnatural phenomenon, the experiences, nothing in any dream you've had before has felt this real. Eventually, you find yourself coming to what looks to be a large, I want to say a large lagoon. You're overlooking the lagoon from a gigantic cliff's edge. And it goes down, down, down into the lagoon down below. Large, steep, kind of hillsides and mountains frame the lagoon that goes out into a great ocean beyond. As you reach the edge of the cliffside, Ravi points down into the lagoon. There, Sarah. It awaits.
Okay.
It slumbers. As you look down, way down deep in the murky waters of the lagoon down below, cresting the water, is a turtle shell. A large turtle shell. They are not from this place, Sarah, yet here they slumber.
How long have they been here?
Many, many cycles. Here they appeared, already slumbering. Here they have dreamed. Yet, in the recent times, they stirred. Something awoke them. Something caused them to move. They still drifted in and out of slumber. My master says, you seek this.
I do. It is something that, as you said, has been lost.
And yet it is now found.
Although I stand up here and see no easy way down.
What we find is very rarely easy, Sarah.
You said what I imagine is a very powerful thing I need to be careful about, right?
Indeed. For dreams and nightmares are often intertwined, and this place is a inhabitation of both. And if you dream too hard, you may summon the Red Caps. And you don't want that.
Doesn't sound like a pleasant thing.
It is not.
Okay.
But look even closer, Sarah. Look to the bank around the lagoon.
Drift his gaze over to the bank.
Around the bank of the lagoon, you see a rolling mist surrounding the lagoon. Remember that mist I told you about?
Yeah, the fog that I shouldn't go into.
Yes.
What resides in the fog?
Forgetfulness.
Does the fog ever leave, or is it always lingering?
Perhaps the reason this great creature has been lost is because of where it dwells.
Have you had to combat such a thing?
We do not enter the mist, Sarah. If you wish, you can remain, and we can combat this together and find a solution. But I will tell you, the longer you stay, the harder it will be to return. As I said, this place is not for you.
How long will I be a welcome guest?
As long as we can stay hidden from those that patrol the roads. We got lucky the first time. But they are ever vigilant.
This thing's been lost for a long time. And it wasn't until recently that it came into one of my dreams, and another one way stronger than I am. I was told to come to this place to help out with the spirits. And this one is in need. I can't just leave. I will help you.
Jace. Jace, are you all right?
Yeah, I think.
Jace, wake up.
How do I get back here, Ravi?
You can't, Sarah. You can stay. But the longer you stay, your body will remain where it was, unwaking.
Thank you for your counsel and showing me this, but I gotta try and help it on the other side, if anything. Helping one here, but abandoning the others. Yeah, I'm supposed to help spirits, but at least I know where it's at. I can talk to the one stronger than I.
As you say. It was a pleasure to meet you, Jason.
Yeah, it was it's nice meeting you too.
As you hear the voice calling, the echoing voice of Eliza, you close your eyes, trying to force yourself to wake. You focus on the sound of the voice, and as you do so, you return to find Eliza crouched over you. You are laid out on the floor of the RV. Jace, are you alright?
That's that's not. I'm not all right.
Clearly not. Thought you were about to set fire to the place.
Oh, I got bored. A little bit of pyro would be fun.
As you look over to the candle, you can see that the entire candle is burned all the way out. All of the wax gone.
Fuck. Did I say anything while I was out?
No, you were completely still. I worried you'd put yourself in a coma, to be honest.
Nah, I wouldn't do it that way.
I didn't think you could.
No. Eliza, I found it.
Found what?
That in which we have been working and trying to find. Turtle. And it's in a hard spot to get to.
That's a conversation.
You'll point over towards the candle. So, friend of mine, yeah, we'll call him friend. Weird guy. Got these weird insignias all over his staff. Still trying to figure that out. He gave me that candle and told me it would light the path. So I've had it for a little bit with the current things going on. Kind of push that to the back. But when I went back to the bar to grab some extra clothing, saw it, grabbed it, lit the candle. Big white smoke, a lot of it. I couldn't stop myself from breathing it in. I woke up in a place that I've never been. Now, at first I thought it was a dream. But I could feel the actual dirt. I could feel the wind. I could hear almost music blowing throughout the wind. I followed a path and there was this guy in a robe and he had tall, sharp ears, super angular features. He had a horse with him, and he told me that I was dressed inappropriately for where I was at, and told me to imagine that I was wearing something similar, and I imagined robes. Mine were battered and beaten, as normally my imagination goes.
Just a moment, Jace.
Uh huh.
Have you been to Burning Man ever before in your life?
I understand what you're saying, but no, I have
I
not.
know we've been pumping you full of drugs. I'm just saying, should we consider the possibility?
I've been high before. This wasn't it.
This high? Because I'm saying we've been using quite a bit.
Eliza, I'm telling you, I could feel the actual dirt beneath.
Ayahuasca does wonderful things. But I'm trusting you. I'm trusting you. I'm just saying we should consider all our things. But continue. Please continue. Please
Mom,
continue.
I hear you.
I hear you too.
I can do the drugs.
Consider all the things. All right. Continue.
There's this other guy who rode up in full plate armor. He had a spear with it, got a big banner, had a unicorn on it. This guy named Ravi was my guide throughout this. And he's the one with the super sharp features. He took me on this path of something that was lost to us. They're governed by this council of the she, but he is a master to he.
Wait. They said she.
The she.
The she.
The she. And then he is master to he, which is his father.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there are many ways to spell she, but we'll come back to that.
I was forewarned to not enter the fog or the mist, because it will make you forget, and to remain on the path. So I followed Ravi. They had they, I guess, took me to a cliffside looking over a lagoon that was connected to an ocean. Down in the lagoon crested a giant turtle shell. Now, what Ravi was saying is that when they've been there for many cycles, and I'm assuming cycles means years. And because of that, been sleeping. Recently, something has made it stir. It's woken it up, but it keeps coming in and out. But this mist, this fog that surrounds it, I think that's what's keeping it there. Ravi said that we could combat it, but I'd have to stay. But the longer I stayed was the harder it was for me to get back here. I needed to let you at least know that I've seen it. I just can't get back to it. That candle is what made it happen.
So I told you that there are many things in this world that are strange and unusual.
Right?
There's some that I even think are mythical. And this happens to be one of those things that I couldn't say for sure or confirm, but had heard stories about. There are beliefs that there might be fae.
Okay.
A world, an entire world of fae. If, hypothetically speaking, this were true, that would posit a possibility. Because one thing that never made sense about all this is if there was a patron spirit, spirits don't die, they recycle. They return to the spirit wilds only to reform and eventually rejoin us in some form or another later on. Why, then, has Turtle never returned? That never made sense. Even if it did sacrifice itself to this larger creation, this greater worm spirit, why never return? Even if it's sealed off, this other spirit, why never return? But if it went elsewhere, not the wilds, somewhere where it could not return from, somewhere it was trapped,
That's what it looked like.
that opens up a whole lot of possibilities. That also adds another possibility to our problem that you're dealing with. Because if Fae are real, Fae could potentially be part of the problem we're dealing with the plants. Because Fae are tricksters. Fae are notoriously involved with wild and plants and magic, and they could potentially create substances or solutions. I mean, we don't even know what their world consists of. So if there are some kind of evil Fae in league with Pentex, they could be contributing to whatever this project is, which makes this very complicated because we know very little about them. However, research can be done. And with research means results. And one thing that I do know about myths about Fae, cold iron. Are you willing to try something?
At this point, sure. I said to be your guinea pig.
She goes over to another part of the RV. She opens up a drawer on like a medicine cabinet full of drawers. I never thought I'd use this. She pulls out a little bar, a little iron bar. Jace, I'm gonna need you to forgive me.
I forgive you. Go do what you gotta do.
Ooh, just lost somebody. She walks up. Let's get that back. There we go. She walks up and she takes a nail and cuts open your arm, causing it to start bleeding. She then takes the bar and presses it against your blood. The blood starts to sizzle and smoke.
Good news? Bad.
That's the answer. The X factor. The thing he couldn't figure out. The missing component.
Okay.
They're working with Faye.
Yeah. They said I can't come back.
You don't need to. If I can grind down and powderize cold iron and mix it with antifungal, perhaps we can inject it. And if it enters the bloodstream, perhaps it can spread through your blood. It's gonna hurt still.
Better than being in a coma.
I'll see what I can do. But this is a solution. This is a possibility. However, cold iron is hard to come by, but it's a start.
Okay. The guy who gave me the candle.
Sounds like you need to have another conversation with him.
Yeah. Pretty in-depth one at this point.
I would say so.
You want to meet him?
What is it with y'all wanting me to meet new people?
You have insight to things that I've never seen, therefore you can ask questions that I would not think of due to the wisdom you have.
I suppose I should.
He's nice. He's very cryptic and he speaks in riddles and it's good. It's great fun trying to piece that all out.
Sounds like a Fae himself.
Yeah, kind of. It all kind of, puzzles and whatnot.
All right. Well, even though you were just sleeping, looks like you could use some rest.
That was not restful sleep. And
No, but why don't you, she reaches into her bag again, pulls out another root. Chew on this. No dreams for you.
yeah. I get a Band-Aid also, but I want to bleed all over the place.
You know how to heal.
I'm tired. Fine.
It was barely a scratch, boy.
Had a rough few days, all right?
All right, yeah, hang on. She grabs
Thank you.
a bandage and wraps up your arm.
Jeez, Mom, all right. At this point, he'll chew on the root and kind of curl up on the couch and fall asleep.
As you're drifting off with the thoughts of everything that's transpired going through your mind, you can't help but wonder, Faye, dreaming, where had you gone? Was it real? It must have been. Maybe a solution is closer than you thought. Maybe the light did show you the way in more ways than one. We transition now to our next scene, where three members of the pack look to find another solution to a very, very difficult problem. We find ourselves now in a neighborhood belonging to a certain gardener from the botanical gardens. Louise, a very close friend of Lucas's ever since he arrived in Tampa. A friend who has been infected. Very, very badly infected. Lucas, you asked for the help of Charles and Jester in capturing Louise to hopefully take her to get some help, to help take care of this condition. So as the three of you head out to Louise's home, what's going through your mind in preparation for this operation?
Lucas is going over contingencies in his head. He's over planning, overthinking. His mind is racing a million miles an hour. He's nervous.
And Jester, as you're riding with Charles, you know that the goal here isn't to do anything lethal, but you know that Charles always comes armed for anything, and after the last encounter in Stepford Hell, he is armed, ready to fight. What's going through your mind in preparation?
mostly trying to figure out how we can get her without harming her or anything like that, but also knowing most likely she's probably got some of these plants in her house. So I still brought my clave just in case, but not for her.
So as you pull up to one of the more kind of middle class, lower middle class residential neighborhoods where a lot of the houses are kind of tightly packed together. It's very limited space. A lot of duplexes or very small homes butted up against each other with tiny little alleys or walkways in between. This isn't the kind of space that gives you a yard. Maybe you get, a small little patch of grass in front. But you pull up to the address that you know to be Louise's home. Now, Louise lives alone. Her kids are grown. They've moved off. And her husband passed away a few years ago. So she's pretty much been by herself. Now, her kids do stop by to check in pretty regularly, but you don't know how long she's been sick. So it's hard to say what the situation is going to be going in. But as you arrive and park on the street, it's dark inside the house. Charles looks over to Lucas. Do you wish to remain out here? We'll
Look,
call you
you're
if we
the-
need anything.
You're the Arun.
Why don't you follow? You can keep eyes and ears behind us, just in case anything sneaks up. I'd rather your eyes on this operation.
That roof looks pretty low. I'll get up there.
Good idea. It's going to be okay, Lucas.
I trust you.
Jester, why don't you go around to the back door? I'll go in through the front door. Take
Okay.
a mask, cover your mouth and nose. Lucas, why don't you take a mask as well? We don't know what's growing inside this place, but as we think, it's likely they probably have plants inside.
Am I seeing any of the bushes on the outside?
Give me a wits and awareness.
One rage?
One rage. I'll say 2 rage because you are going into an operation. Lucas, I'll say you're at 3 rage because you are not excited about this.
Three successes.
Okay. You do not see any of the razor bushes outside, no.
Okay.
However, you will see that the window shades are all tightly closed.
On her house?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Lucas, you go up top. Jester, around back. I'll go in the front door. It is only a single-story house. It does not look like there is any second floor or any other access points on the top level. Just front door, back door, some side windows that are a little bit elevated, maybe about 4 feet off the ground. There's some steps that go up to a small front porch, and a front window that must go into like a living room, and then just a front door.
Do we know if she has an alarm system or anything?
Looking around with your successes, you don't see any signs for like ADT or anything, so you can't tell at this moment.
Okay.
Do the power cables come elevated? Do I see any power lines like
Yes.
coming into the house?
Yes.
All right. So when I get, I'll make the rage check for leap of the hair, and I pass that, and then I'll make my way over to where the power cables are, and get my hand on it and try to use Spider Song to see if I can connect to anything that may be around the property or in the house.
Okay. Give me the roll.
That is a resolve and wisdom. One crit, so 3 successes. Or 4 successes, sorry.
So, from what you can tell, there is a phone in the house. There is internet access and a television, but there is no security system hooked up to the house.
I'll lead over the roof and say, we're clear on security. I'll stay connected just in case.
So, Jester, if you want to give me a dexterity and stealth to go around the back to the back door.
Okay. I'm gonna spend a willpower. 3 successes.
Okay. So sneaking around this kind of small strip that goes to the back of the house, you stay low below the windows that go alongside, and you can see that those windows are also very tightly closed up, window shades drawn over each of the windows. You get around to the back where there's another little stoop and a door leading in, and another kind of window over the back door, or by the back door. There's an alleyway, like just a driveway alleyway that goes along the back of all the houses, and it looks like there's dumpsters. This is likely where garbage trucks drive by and pick up all the trash from all the houses. There's just a small, tiny little yard in the back of the house, but nothing else to be seen in the backyard currently.
Okay.
You do see,
I'm go-
though, several of those fertilizer bags kind of hanging out of one of the dumpsters.
Great. Is it does it look like the backyard has places where it looks like she has maybe planted new things or put the fertilizer down?
At the moment, no.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna peek in the window.
Okay. Give me a wits and awareness. The difficulty is going to be very high as you have a very limited field of view in between any curtains. And it is dark
Okay.
inside.
All right. 2 successes.
Okay. Looking in through the crack in the curtain, you're really not able to make out very much in the house at the moment. It is just far too dark to see anything.
Is the door unlocked?
The screen door is unlocked. The door itself is not.
Okay. Well, at this point, I'm gonna set the thing on the screen door so it's open and I don't have to like stand for it to be opened. Oh wait. Charles is going in the front, so I'm gonna wait for some sort of signal on that instead of just busting the door down yet.
Okay. So after a few quiet moments, you suddenly hear a quiet thud and a crack at the front door.
I'm gonna shift into Glabro.
Okay.
2.
Give me the rage check.
Check. Made it.
Okay.
But then I'm gonna... I'm gonna try to just, instead of like breaking the whole door, I'm just gonna try to like break the handle so that I can just... Yeah.
So you just want to like kind of twist and break it?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a strength and athletics.
Four successes?
Okay. Yeah, easily enough. You twist it and you can hear the handle lock snap underneath your grasp. Just like easily enough, it just snaps and you can feel the door wobble. And with a push, you push it open. It seems like the deadbolt lock was not locked. So you're able to just push the door open. As you do so, almost immediately you're hit with a very fragrant scent, like a horrible floral, just powerful scent hits your nostrils. Even with the mask on, you can just tell that this is a very, very plant-filled home.
Yeah. Great.
When you walk in, seeing the light from the opposite door, which is almost immediately across the entire house from you, with Charles standing in that doorway, the ground of the kitchen and the living room is completely covered in dirt. The entire floor of the house is just one large garden bed. Whatever was a living space before has just become one large growing patch. As you look around, you can see that the walls have been covered in these vines that are growing up the sides of the walls with the purple leaves sticking out with the irises on them on either side of the walls. Laid out in the middle of this kind of garden bed is Louise, just laying in the dirt. Just laid out comfortably in the middle of the dirt, surrounded by several of these spore bomb plants lining the dirt on either side of her.
How many spore bombs are there?
3 on either side, so 6 total.
Okay.
As she's laying there, her eyes closed, you hear her say, "If you want her, come and get her."
I'm going to meet eyes with Charles across the room.
I can try and make a run for it. Those things look like they're ready to blow.
Are the kitchen, is the counter like along the walls?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's kind of like an open floor plan.
Mm-hmm.
So like it's along the walls framing the side by the window. And it looks like most of the furniture has been hauled out or pushed off into an adjoining room, like the bedroom.
Okay. Does the counter come near the door? The back door?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hop on the counter.
Okay, give me a Dex and Athletics. Keep in mind, you are massive right now because you were in Glabro form.
Yeah, I know. Spend a willpower.
Those things go off, they're going to fill this entire room. There is going to be no avoiding them. It's like a landmine.
Three, 4. Yeah, 4 successes.
Okay, 4 successes. Yeah, you climb up on the counter, edging the room.
How far is she from Charles? Because I know you said she's in the middle.
So I would say from one side of the room to the other side of the room is probably about 100 feet. She is about 50 feet right in the center.
Are they bigger than the one we saw?
Where?
The one that Jace and I saw
Oh,
like the
yeah.
first time we, which means they probably have a wider range. Okay. So if I try to leap off the counter towards her, grab her, and like try to like sprint towards Charles, like what roll would I need to make for that?
That would be. Boy,
Would it be
boy.
athletics?
Yeah, oh, definitely athletics, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna call on my ancestors. I need some help with some athletics.
Okay.
Two successes, so I'm getting 2 additional dice.
So as you
That's my
call
plan.
out to the ancestors for aid, you hear, "Are we fucking doing this? For real? For a human? She's already sick, you know. I mean, we can. It's fine, but like, you saw what happened to Jason."
It's actually good to hear your voice again, but
All right.
would you do it for one of your bikers?
You know I would. I'm just, saying the obvious. Go on, Frogger. Let's see if we can get across this road without getting splattered.
Yeah, we're probably gonna get splattered, but gotta risk it. This is to help Lucas's friend.
Yeah, never met the guy, but he seems like a prick. I like him.
You would like him. You know what? I'm gonna spend a willpower just to see what these last 2 will be. Yeah, nothing. 7 with a crit.
Okay. So as you leap off of the counter, diving into the center of the room, grabbing her kind of in a hug and doing a barrel roll into this, like out of the room into a sprint, I need you to make me another strength and athletics check, because that leap got you to the center of the room and got her grabbed, but I need you to make another to get out to the other side. And of course, all of the plants are immediately going to poof, explode upwards, sending a cloud of the spores filling the entire room in yellow fog. Meanwhile, Lucas, give me a wits and awareness outside.
Four successes.
Okay. As you're looking off, kind of around, you're doing a perimeter sweep around. In one of the neighbor's trees, off on the opposite side from behind the property, you see the tree in their backyard start to shake. And then you hear a pop, 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 pop. And then you hear zzz, 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 zzz. As all of a sudden these little dart-like creatures start dropping out of the tree and start humming as they start beelining towards the house.
I'm going to shift to Galabro.
Okay?
So
Give
good
me
on
a
the
rage
rage
check.
Yep, good on that. And not knowing what's happening in the house, I'll go back to where I originally grabbed the power line. So is that the front or the back?
That would be the back.
Okay. Then I'll peek down and not see Jester. So that I'll start to make my way back to the front. But
Okay.
that's going to give them a lot of time to get closer to me.
Jester, what'd you get?
I spent another willpower and I got 10 successes with a crit.
Holy shit. Yeah, so you make it out of the front of the house. With all those successes, I want you to roll me a stamina and resolve. However, I will give you a bonus 2 dice to that because of your success and how expedient you were getting out of the room, and because you are wearing a mask to block the spores. You are still getting hit by a lot of the yellow dust, a lot of the yellow spores, but you have made preventative measures and you are acting quickly and very successfully on grabbing her and getting out.
Four successes.
Okay. You are fine. The dust does hit you, the spores do hit you, but most of it gets on your clothing, and the stuff that does get on your skin kind of flakes off or brushes off pretty easily. It does not seem to soak into your skin. So with her in arm, you kind of bust out the front door, Charles obviously leaping out of the way to allow you to barrel out of the front door until you are both in the front yard. At this point, you see Lucas reach the front of the roof, and you hear the droning buzz coming from the opposite side of the house.
Lucas just yells, incoming, we gotta go now.
Okay. So what's the plan?
I'm racing towards the car at the moment with her.
Okay. As the three of you rush into the car, jumping into the passenger seat, Charles tells Lucas to drive as he runs over into the passenger seat and reaches down into his holster and pulls out his shotgun and rolls down the window. Lucas, go ahead and give me a dexterity and drive check.
Dexterity and drive. Do I get my Galabro bonus for this?
Yeah, it's a physical check, so yeah.
All right. 4 successes.
Okay. So as you are hitting the road, driving, you are at this point doing a getaway drive as you can see these strange hummingbird-like creatures giving chase. They are flying extremely fast. There seems to be about 6 of them that are giving chase. Their wings are beating incredibly quickly to the point that they're blindingly fast, allowing them to keep up. They have these long, almost like needle-like noses that are sticking. They come up to the side of the car and start beating against the side of the car, at which point Charles swings outside the window, cocking the shotgun, and fires upon one of them. That causes it to explode and just dissipate almost immediately as it hits, just disappears off the side of the car. Continuing to drive, you head out onto the highway, at which point they're continuing to give chase. Charles continuing to reach out the window and firing at them as he can, as you're just continuing to drive away. Give me another dexterity and drive check. Jester, what are you doing?
Is she still sleeping, awake, or...
She appears to be unconscious.
Okay. Charles brought rope, right?
Oh yeah, always.
Or handcuffs or something?
Always.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put the handcuffs on her because, like, I really don't need her, like, rearing up and hitting Lucas or Charles and causing trouble while we're driving. So I'm just going to make sure I'm going to secure her.
Okay.
3 successes on the drive.
Okay. So yeah, weaving through traffic, Charles continues to kind of duck out the window and fire on the weird insect bird-like creatures that seem to keep attacking the side of the car. Eventually, the birds get fired off until you do get enough clearance that they fly away. There's not enough of them to give chase. They eventually give up the chase, just, flying off in separate directions. Where are you headed? Where are you taking her?
Jester, where are we going?
So Eliza mentioned a clinic. Was that our original plan, or did Charles set something up? Feel like something would have been set up beforehand.
The clinic would have been the location, yeah.
Okay, then I'll give directions that Eliza gave me to the clinic.
Okay. So as you make the drive to the clinic, you pull in. The clinic is closed, but there is a back delivery door which Charles directs you to. And as you arrive, there seem to be orderlies there to receive her. They take her in, secure her to the gurney, handcuffing her and strapping her down to the gurney. Ivy is also present when you arrive. I was told this is a particularly sensitive case. We'll take good care of her and do what we can. I don't know what this is all about, so I'm hoping we'll get some answers soon, but...
She's also infected, so be careful. I don't know if it can spread from her.
We have a quarantine situation set up.
Good.
Just... we need to know what this is about eventually. If this is a CDC issue or something, we can't keep this quiet forever.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can figure it out too. And I'll dig in my bag and take out one of the burner phones that Artie gave me. And I'll give it to her. Numbers are programmed in there. Call us if you need anything or you find out anything or you just need to get a hold of us, please.
Well, I'll try and do some tests, get some blood, see if I can find out what the situation is here. She seems in a different condition than your friend was, so maybe this will give me some more information or answers, but we'll let you know.
Yeah, we think she's farther along.
Okay. I'll do what I can. But please be safe out there and take care of yourselves and let me know if there's anything I can do.
We will, and we'll let you know if we find anything more out.
Okay. At that point, she closes the delivery door with Louise taken inside, leaving you 3 out in the back by the car. The scene is yours.
Lucas will walk over and just sit down on the curb and just kind of stare off into space.
At this point, I'm grabbing some sort of rag or something and wiping the rest of whatever this the spores are on me off.
Charles sits down beside Lucas. All things considered, that felt too easy.
That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth, and neither should you. We might have information they don't know we have. They might think they're sending a time bomb into our midst, and we might be prepared. So let's not look at this as anything other than an opportunity to help someone. We got her, Lucas, and we're going to take care of her.
Lucas will stand up and he'll reach down and pull out his clave, and he'll hold out his hand, and he'll cut his hand and show it to both of them. You did me an extremely big favor, so I swear an oath that if either one of you need anything, call me first. No matter what it is, I'll do it.
That's what a pack does.
Like, you don't really need to do that. Like, we are a pack.
It's a me thing.
Okay. That house is a mess. And we kind of didn't. If anybody sees the doors busted in, they might go in there and it's not going to be good.
Also get infected because of the spores in there.
Yeah.
I can get it cordoned off. At least get it sealed for the time being. I have means to at least make sure nobody goes in there for a little bit. I can get it tented. As
That's
if
a good
there's
idea.
exterminators.
Let's not collapse this one.
Wasn't my plan at first.
Fair.
Plus, I don't know if there's a big enough sewer underneath it to do it. Let's head back, see if they found out any more information.
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
a good idea.
Let's go.
Good work, Jester. That was some athleticism there. Didn't expect
Thanks.
that.
Had a little help.
I had to miss it? It's bullshit.
She was like an Olympic gymnast. It was quite impressive.
I'll unpack that statement later. Let's get in the car.
As you climb in the car and make the drive, heading back towards the cairn. Jester, what are you thinking about?
I'm focusing on what happened and hoping like we'll be able to get more information and find a way to cure Ruiz. And am worried about it being too easy and what that could imply or how that's going to come back. Worried that it might possibly come back on the people in that clinic or Ivy. And since the ancestor that came was Ryder, I'm really trying not to focus on Ivy's old identity or what all that could mean and like focus on the problems we have right now.
Lucas.
In one evening, this is probably more people that Lucas has put unfettered trust in his entire life. And he's kind of processing that right now. But he feels lighter. He feels like, okay, maybe that's not a terrible thing. And we got her. We'll deal with whatever happens when it comes along.
Trust growing is stronger than any plant. Even these weird, fucked up, engineered, diabolical manifestations, abominations coming out of Piney Point. Whatever bonds are being forged here will outlast this threat. Hopefully. Speaking of bonds, some bonds never die, even after death. We transition now to our final scene of the evening, back at the cairn. Aspen, you've been avoiding the tree. You've been avoiding spirits of the cairn. You've been avoiding pretty much everything having to do with Aiden's death since it happened, really. And yes, you've made a lot of progress. You can say his name. You can talk pretty openly about him. But there's still a hill to climb. And now, after everything, you're ready to face it. Because there are some answers that you need. And there's only one place to get them. So on one particular evening, the cairn quiet and empty. You know Eliza's nearby, and Lucas, but they're asleep in the RVs. You wanted the space. You wanted the privacy. You find yourself in the clearing, facing the tree with the den buried beneath it. What's going through your mind?
Out of everything she's done since Aiden's been dead, this is the most uneasy she's felt going into this. Like, heartbeat pumping in the ears. There's like a shiver, even though it's not cold. She walks up to the tree area. But she thinks that this is a start to closure.
As you approach the tree, the apprehension and anxiety and pain filling your body, looking from the roots which frame the den up the length of the tree to the branches up above. You could see the starlight twinkling through the limbs of the tree. And then you see the glowing white form of Alara climb out of the den beneath the tree. She then sits in front of the tree and just stares at you.
Aspen kind of paces. Okay, we'll start with something easy. You were close with Grandmother Willow.
Sure.
Ish. I don't know how all of that works. There was a connection of some sort. There's another one of her out there, somewhere, and I'm supposed to take care of it, and that's been on the back of my brain for a while. So let's start with pragmatism. Do you know where that is?
No. I feel something, but it is not strong. An anger.
Makes sense. She said it would be not like her, so.
Like a thorn in a paw.
Okay. Well, What was this deal? What was this thing?
What?
This conversation you had with Aiden, what was it?
I told him what was going to happen.
How did you know?
Because I did. She killed many of us. I knew she was going to kill one of you.
Me or him, though? That was the options.
Are you the only her? And would it have mattered if it was you or her or Artie or Lucas?
I think you made his choice easier.
At least he knew. He had a choice and a chance that very few of us get.
I should have had a choice. And a chance.
What would you have done?
Something. Anything.
Anything other than enjoyed the last few days with him?
I could have known.
You would have tried to stop it and probably gotten yourself killed.
And that was my choice.
He wouldn't have wanted that.
Well, I didn't want this. I haven't wanted any of this. Things have happened because of the choices I made, but they were choices I made. I didn't even have a choice.
This wasn't your choice. This was his. You control a lot of things, Aspen. You don't get to control this.
Why? Because you said so?
No,
Then why?
because he said so. He had a choice to tell you, and he didn't.
He could have not known either. Why'd you tell him?
Because I know what it's like to not have known.
Don't you think they would have wanted to know? If you could have known, don't you think they would have wanted to know too?
Didn't make a difference.
The outcome could be the same. The outcome could be the same 100 times, but at least they knew. At least they knew that they tried. At least they knew that those moments were the last moments they were going to have. It's not fair.
I know. Even if he didn't know, his choice would have been the same.
I know that.
And you still wouldn't have known. And you'd still be here feeling the way you feel.
But at least he wouldn't have had to do it alone.
He didn't.
How do you know that?
She kind of cocks her head at you and gives a blank stare.
Listen, I don't understand spirits. I've been doing this for, a while, but it's all just bullshit.
He wasn't alone. He made sure the time he spent with you was valuable. If he didn't know, it might have been taken for granted. But it wasn't.
Maybe I took it for granted.
Then there's something to be learned from that.
Shitty lesson.
Most are.
And then what?
You get to spend eternity with him. You're lucky. You just have to be patient for one human life. Well, one guru life, which is even shorter.
Yeah, but it's hard to see past that.
She looks towards the tree. Then try.
She'll walk over to the tree and just nod. Even though she's angry, She respectfully nods over to Alara. She'll kind of pace by the tree. Jester says bullshit, like, you can hear us, even though you can't respond. And it's so stupid. I don't want to talk to a tree. That's so dumb. You would have thought it was the most ridiculous thing, standing in front of a tree, talking to it with nobody around. It's ridiculous. It's really hard to do this without you. And I know you'd be so mad. You'd be so mad. You'd be like, get it together. You're the leader. This is what you're supposed to do. I believe in you, blah, blah, blah. But you're not saying it. I'm talking to a fucking tree.
At this point, there's movement out of the corner of your eye. And as you look over to where Alara was seated by the tree, Alara has disappeared. And there's another wolf seated instead. Spectral still, as Aiden's lupus form sits at the base of the tree.
She'll stand there shocked for a moment, and then she'll sit in front of the wolf.
It drops down on all fours and lays its head in your lap. In your head, you hear, he hasn't learned to speak yet in Alara's voice, but he can hear you. This is the most he's capable of doing right now.
I miss you, Bud. Feels like I'm screwing everything up. And at least I had you here. To just be. Feels like everything is this now. And it's so hard. I know Jester's here, and Lucas is here, and Charles is here. It'd almost be easier if they weren't. Because it hurts. And I'm not stupid. I know eventually we'll all be in trees. You enjoying your tree? I know you can't talk. I hope you're enjoying your tree. I don't know how it works. But it just seems so far away. And like there's so much we have to do before we can all be together again. And I've been really, really fucking stupid these last couple months. I just miss you.
At this point, he raises his head off of your lap, and his tail starts to wag. As from behind you, you hear, "I miss you too." You turn, and you see a man standing behind you near the edge of the clearing. He's got short, sandy blonde hair, glasses, a goatee. He's wearing a vest and button-up shirt, slacks and shoes. But based off of his voice and based off of his overall posture, it's impossible to mistake. I'm back.
She'll stand, she'll turn back to the spectral Aiden that was there just for a second.
There's no
turn
wolf.
back. Turn towards Artie. And just run up to him and just wrap her arms around his neck and just cry.
I told you I'd be back.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too. And that's where our session comes to a close this evening. But not without one last scene. We find ourselves in Piney Point, in a laboratory. We see a stark white room, incredibly well lit. We see Vanessa walking down the middle of the laboratory, various workstations manned by individuals in white coats, busily working with various laboratory equipment, stirring and mixing. As she walks, you can hear her heels clattering off of the tile. As these concoctions are being made, you can hear these tiny little screeches coming from the stations. And then, as she gets to the end of the row, she pauses by a desk where there's an individual seated at the desk, their hands folded in front of them. They have a cloak with a hood pulled over their head. She looks down with a smile. I'm so glad we could come to an arrangement. This is going so much better with your help. The man sits quietly. The world needs some imagination for dreams to become nightmares. And as he raises the hood, his eyes are glowing a brilliant green. And that's where the session comes to a close. Thank you to these amazing players. Thank you to everybody watching at home. Go follow St. Pete by Night at all of the social media down below. And come join our community at that Discord link. We would love to have you with us. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you to these incredible players. We'll be back with another episode of Hellhounds on Friday over at YouTube. We'll be back with another episode of Rage Across Tampa on Tuesday here on Twitch. We would love to have you. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Have a lovely evening, everyone.